So here's the thing. I wasn't saying anything yet anyway, but of course, while I was gone, my Windows machine rebooted, and then because it rebooted, all the devices changed or something, and there was no audio then. So that's great. So, I gave this presentation about the compiler, and I was looking through, of course, all the code, just trying to decide what to try to cram into the presentation. Because you really, in a language that has this many things to talk about, it's really hard, to find something worthwhile to say that'll fit in 45 minutes. It's not hard, but it's like you've got to compartmentalize. Otherwise, you'll ramble about everything. So I was looking at default metaprogram while I was looking around, and I kind of don't like the way that we do the argument parsing, so I wanted to clean this up for the next beta. We do this weird two-pass thing, right? Now, the thing I just realized, though, so we do this thing where we see what the plugins are, and then we start the plugins, and then we pass the options to the plugins as we iterate. And I would rather iterate over the arguments one time. And then, so the reason we're doing this two passes is because if we don't know an argument, like a dash, whatever, we pass it to all the plugins. Now, I don't know that I like that, because it introduces potential ambiguity if multiple plugins, know the same option, and you meant for that option to go to one of them and it went to the other one, right? So like maybe we should make the command line syntax more complicated. Maybe you say dash plug and then the plugin and put some parentheses or something, but shells suck for parentheses, right? So that's no good. Shells are basically terrible and should feel bad. You had submitted a patch to the argument parsing module that helps fix this. This does not use the argument parsing module by design, because we don't want dependencies. This is like the very first thing that starts up literally anytime anyone compiles anything. Why single dash for long arguments? Because single letter arguments are fucking retarded and nobody remembers what they mean. And they only made sense in the 1970s when there were like 10 programs in Unix, okay? Now that there's like a zillion programs, single letter arguments are for Kamala Harris voters, first of all. And then if you're not going to have single letter arguments, then why do you want more than one dash? Like, single letter arguments are degenerate for multiple reasons, right? One is nobody remembers what the hell they mean. Two is they're only good, they're only like ergonomic if your idea is that you're going to cram a lot of letters together, like ls-alt, right? But as soon as you start having arguments for things, you can't do that. So they're basically useless, is what I'm saying. Can very easily end up in FFmpeg help. I haven't ever used command line FFmpeg because I refuse to put up with that stuff, but I can imagine what you're talking about for sure. So one thing we could do, though, here's what we could do. We could say, if you say like dash plug icon, right? This is one of them. And then dash icon file name or whatever. So this is the way you would use this right now. We could say that once you say dash plug, everything between that and another dash plug only goes to this, right? Like that makes sense. Um, the question is, do we then allow you to put more options on the end? We then allow you to say like no check or whatever? Or do plugins always go last? I'm kind of fine with always plugins go last. It's just you might get a weird error message because you thought you could do this, and then this actually gets passed to the icon plugin, right? Now, the other thing we could do is we could use like frickin' plus for options that go, but that then, I don't know, like this, that's not good. Will you want to send the same arguments to different plugins in the same command? No, if you're going to do that, you got to type them out, buddy. I don't think that's going to be a common use case. If we're wrong about that, we can revisit that design decision. Also, somebody can just design a different default meta program where the arguments work the same way or however they want because it's user level code. Why not something like dash option at plug equals value? Because what if value has spaces? Wait, what do you mean plug equals value? What does that even mean? Yeah, your use of at signs and stuff doesn't actually solve anything. You're not solving the problem that I'm talking about. It looks Node.js-y. Passing command line arguments looks... Chat, you are fired. Literally everybody in chat is fired. What are you even talking about? Oh, passing arguments with at signs looks Node.js-y. Well... Just write a YAML file? You are super fucking banned. Holy shit. Who am I letting into this chat? Okay. So we can do this in pieces anyway. So the first piece that I think is obvious is I want to get rid of this to-pass thing because I want this code to be as simple as possible. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go step by step to do the thing. Oh, you know what? Before I do this, though, while I was working on this talk, I modified the Codex view build program. Well, I mean, really, I just checked in an icon for it, actually, in the end, is what I did. And that would be a good test because it's a simple program and we can just make sure that that still works. However, I need to check it in off this other laptop, which I'll grab off the shelf here. I dug out the Razer laptop again to do the presentation on because I just wanted the game to run at a good frame rate, you know, and my other laptop is an Intel embedded GPU, and it's just not quite as good. And we haven't optimized the shaders yet, so, you know. All right, so... Oh, also, oh my God, dude. So I was at a Starbucks just prepping my talk, thinking about what I was going to say and all this. And, you know, my laptop started popping up an activate Windows thing. And I tried to activate Windows and it was like, you are running Windows Pro N and this key that is stored on this device is for some other fucking thing, right? And I'm like, dude, all I did was reinstall from the image on the drive. And I guess I picked the wrong thing and now I can't activate Windows, right? So I went on the internet. Oh, it had a little link you could click about like, here, click here to buy a license for Windows. And normally I would be just too angry and throw the laptop out the window at that point. But I was like, look, I have a presentation in like 5 hours. I'll just fucking pay a couple $100 for Windows. So I click on all this Microsoft thing. It takes me to some page, which takes me to another page and whatever. There's literally never any option to buy a license key. It just keeps sending me to like Q&As or whatever, and the links don't really work. Like I'm trying to pay them $200 or however much they're going to charge, and I can't even figure out how to do it. Okay? So, or I guess it's in the Windows Store, actually, this is mostly happening, but it also goes out to the web sometimes. So then I give up on that. I'm like, fuck it. I just search on the internet because I know lots of people sell low price Windows keys. I searched on the internet, purchase Windows Pro N key, and the top hit was G2A.com. So I went to fucking G2A.com and bought a Windows key for $39. Okay? And it actually worked. But in the process of doing all this Windows Store stuff, it had me log into my Microsoft account and like, dude, what was I going to do? I need to get rid of the activate Windows so I can do my presentation. So I log into my Microsoft account and it tied it to Windows right there. Now, and then it rebooted. And then I could not use my laptop because it said you have to log into your Microsoft account over the network while I'm trying to fucking do this presentation in 4 hours, right? And I'm like, this laptop is now a brick. Oh, look, I could get on the Starbucks Wi-Fi, but you can't get on the Starbucks Wi-Fi because the Starbucks Wi-Fi requires you to open a web browser to like activate it, right? And that option is grayed out in the Wi-Fi in Windows when you haven't logged in with your Microsoft account, because if they, God forbid, if they let you use a web browser, you might be able to use your computer, right? So my computer was completely fucking bricked. The only reason I could use it was because, I had my phone with me and I knew how to frickin' Wi-Fi tunnel through my phone. But like a casual person would have been completely fucked. Also, I was in the mountains in Colorado. It was quite reasonable to expect I wouldn't have even had phone reception. Right? So, that made me angry and is a complete disaster, and I'm one step closer to just getting off Windows for good. It's completely fucking unacceptable that I paid $4,500 for a laptop. Not only does the laptop suck so bad I don't want to use it, but then Bill Gates won't even let me use it anyway. Fuck you, Bill. Where do you get up? I paid $4,500 for this fucking laptop. It's just so stupid. It is so stupid. Well, I'm never going to use Arch Linux, okay? That is not ever going to happen, but I might use some other Linux. Is it on the record? No, I was just in a cafe. I wasn't streaming. Is my whole life videoed? Like, what do you think? All right, so let me try to commit some stuff. It's astonishing. It is like somebody is trying to kill Microsoft Corporation as rapidly as possible from the inside, right? It's like they have a Manchurian candidate working against them. All right, I'm checking in this icon stuff. Fuck! I'm getting screwed. So once in a while, Subversion it'll complain that some file is out of date and it's wrong about which file it is. It's like, oh my God. All right. I'm just trying to check in this icon. So this is extra. I normally wouldn't be this frustrated, but I unplugged the mouse because it was my desktop mouse that I brought on this trip. And so I'm trying to use the complete shitburger Razer trackpad that is like the most unresponsive and horrible thing. Like in the last couple of years, they copied Apple and tried to make the giantest trackpad ever. It's literally almost as tall as the part of the keyboard that you can type on. And it's like the fucking biggest piece of shit that I've ever tried to use. So imagine that every single mouse move and every single click you tried to do on your computer was just agonizing. That's what I was dealing with just there. And I'm very frustrated. And that is why that laptop is now powered off and on the fucking floor. I hate it. I hate it so bad. I tried to tell their CEO in Twitter DMs how much I hated it, and he didn't seem to care. So great. I'm never gonna buy another Razer, I guess. Is it at least a good trackpad? No. There's no such thing as a good Windows trackpad anymore. Like ThinkPads probably are on the better side, but everybody doing all these like giant new trackpads, they're all just terrible. So they're terrible physically to start with. And then they have all these problems where you accidentally, so on Windows, right? If you have, does WordPad still exist? I don't want to open Notepad because I'll accidentally dox myself, right? Let's open a second Emacs or something, right? So unlike Linux, in Linux, you generally have this mouse focus thing where you like click on another window or whatever. Or no, what's the problem? That's not exactly it. I think the problem that I have is just more like say I'm typing and then I accidentally nudge the trackpad, right? You're typing in a text box and you nudge. In some programs, it'll just follow the cursor automatically. I don't remember. I had this happen to me several times. So maybe it's like the standard Windows text input or something, right? Anyway, for reasons like that, they put all kinds of palm reject crap into the driver for the trackpad, except it's not even a real hardware driver. It like runs at fucking user level and is really slow and laggy and unresponsive. But then you get all sorts of things like, oh, they're typing, so we're going to turn off the trackpad because they might accidentally touch the trackpad while they're typing, right? And we don't want them to nudge the cursor, so let's just, and then you type and then you're done typing and you try to swipe the mouse and like it doesn't move because it's still shut off for like 700 milliseconds after you type. Like they do all this shit and it makes the machines completely unusable. And it's like, just have somebody who's not an idiot design the physical trackpad to be something that you're not going to accidentally be hitting all the time like it used to be. And then you don't have all these problems where you have to insert all these things. It's so annoying. All right, I'm doing an update and it's taking a long time of Sokoban. I don't know why I'm doing an update of Sokoban because it's the compiler. Let's start that. It's compiler files that I wanted. I just updated the wrong thing as I do sometimes. All right, that's already done. All right, so before we go modifying anything, we're going to go here. I think I'm going to, for the icon plugin, I'm going to remove the suffix, and that way, because the problem is right now, I don't think we have an implementation for Linux to set the icon. I think because it was way too fucking hard. You have to be a rocket scientist writing 50,000 lines of code to set an icon on an executable in Linux, right? But Yeah, like in principle, if you want it to work across operating systems, you don't really want the icon file. You want to generate that really fast from the PNG or whatever, right? And yeah, I haven't set this on the path in this computer. I finally did that on my other stuff. Unknown argument dash icon. Why are we saying that? Oh, because I didn't say dash plug icon. Duh. All right, so that works. And then we set the icon. So if I go to examples, dude, streaming, I can feel this drag on my brain as soon as I stream. It just feels bad to stream. There we go. That it's a shitty icon. Okay. It's just like a little screenshot of the thing. We might want to make it better later, but there, it worked. So, you know, if I put the program over here, now it's there. Ta-da! Okay, why didn't the window go to the top? Wait, it's exiting. Why is it exiting? Handle exception. Windows window proc exists. And it okay. So we changed some stuff. I hope I didn't break literally everything for everybody. I mean, that can't be right. Does it not build? It's first. We need to standardize these names. Dude. Literally everything is crashing right now. Oh, you know why? You know why? I know why. Okay, so I think the executable is out of date from the data files, and the reason that happened is because we're moving the Office machines, including the one that rebuilds in an automated fashion the compiler. So let's just try building a new burger. And we're just going to hope that all our problems go away when we build the new burger. MSI laptop with a 2080. Yeah. I mean, maybe you got that before all the laptops started getting completely terrible. Okay. All right. Let's hope that this works better. Hey. Oh, dude, I'm poning. I've already got piercing shots. I've got rapid fire piercing shots. Hell yeah, bruv. Oh, I was going to get the extra bullet. All right. Extra bullet. Oh, I'm bad at my own game. It's in my defense. It's on the side of the screen and my microphone is kind of in the way. So I'm like playing with too much perspective. Let me pick up a shield for a second next time one drops. I need to move the invaders. All right. All right. Now we can game. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Ah, there. Yeah. Okay. I need better power-ups, guys. Drop me some better stuff. Why am I making a new video game? This one's fine. This one's fine. I don't need to spend years making some puzzle fucking thing. See? Look, it even has challenge. I even died right there. Oh, I didn't make it. All right. Oh. See? Look, I only got 147 points. That's a pretty good game. All right. All right, so now we will run. There we go. So I updated just we ship with the compiler just the file for this for Sokoban. Just in case anyone's curious or to have an example, and I updated that yesterday. There's a quite big function that shouldn't be that big. But yeah, I mean, all the tools are still working. They're good. I found a memory leak and then some other just stupid memory thrashing. Like we were, like I rewrote visibility calling a while ago. And just in the way that I do, like I don't care that much about memory behavior when I write new things because I'm trying to just solve the problem, right? And then I ran our thingamabopper, and it was like, you are allocating and freeing 400K every frame. And I was like, oh, that's not that good. Yeah. So, yeah. So we might do a little bit of that in a bit, but I don't want to derail too hard. We were just getting our example going there. I want to get rid of this 2-pass scenario. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to take this part where we do options in line with the rest of the things. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do all the options that we understand, and then I'm going to buffer up any other options, right? So I'm going to say, we don't handle this. Buffer it so we can pass it to the plugins. The plugsins. All right, so we're going to go. Dude, I'm fucking fighting Emacs already. I need to get somebody else. I'm still using the Emacs thing from like 8 years ago that somebody gave me. I need to use somebody else's. I just don't ever have time to do that. So I just fight these frustrations forever. Right, add buffered. Oh, we can't really do this. Fuck, that's why this is this way. The reason this is this way is like when you put the dash icon and then the file name. The file name just looks like any argument, but it has to get eaten by the plugin. So they kind of do have to get done in order, actually. Unless we say that plugin arguments go at the end. And then we would have a different strategy about what we do. And maybe that's fine. Would I work with Valve to fund my company? What do you mean? Valve doesn't fund random video game developers. That's not how anything works. That's not how anything works. Yeah, okay, so if we're going to say dash plugs go at the end, which I think is reasonable. And then you just give that plugin all the arguments up until the next dash plug. Then we would have a different strategy. Then here we would say so we could accident this whole thing, except I would have to fight with Emacs to redo all of this, and that's going to be fucking horrible. So I'm not going to do it. But like we should say if it's not equal to dash, just add it to the file list and continue. And then this whole thing would come out one indent level. What happens is you specify the same plugin time. If you specify the same plugin twice, well, we don't currently try to guard against that at all. So you'll just invoke the same plugin twice, and it's probably bad. Plugin arguments get passed to the plugin. Yes, because just dash plug to set the target for any otherwise unrecognized argument. No, I'm saying something stronger than that. I'm saying after you say dash plug, literally every argument goes to that plugin. And the reason why I'm saying that is just because you don't necessarily know what all these are going to be. Like, we want the freedom to add arguments to here. And how do you know that we're going to not pick the same name that you have in your plugin, right? And then also, you know, we want other people to be able to do their own default meta programs. We want people to be able to do plugins just as easily from their own meta program, right? And probably the easiest way to do that, like if we just go up to dash plug and then stop and then call some function that says like do plugin arguments, then anyone who wants could like just copy that piece of the code. You know what I'm saying? Like we could even put that in the module. The plugin module, and then people could use it in their own meta program. Thoughts on game dev agencies? There's no such thing as a game developer agency. What are you trying to talk to them about? No, literally, there's no such thing. Do you mean like this person pitches your game to publishers or something? Like, what do they claim to do for you is the question. Yeah, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to say, okay, wait. You know, it annoys me how big this code is. But, okay, so we're going to no check in this because we have to, that's the code that I deleted a minute ago. So when we do dash plug, we're going to say dash plug index is index, not colon equals, that's an equals. We're going to break. Okay, so we're going to do some stuff. We need to define this variable. Okay, so if we got a dash plug, we can just do another while loop or whatever. We're just going to keep this exit down here. We're going to try to keep it to one exit structurally. If we got dash plug, okay. Okay, this isn't even going to be good because we need to fold in all this logic where I guess we're looking for the next dash plug, because if you say dash plug again, then that's the end of the arg. And we only want to pass, instead of passing everything to all plugins, we're only going to pass it to that one plugin, right? So it's going to be pretty different, actually. So So we're figuring out the range between start index and end index of what we're going to send to that one plugin. So I don't like... Okay, while index is less than args.count, if arg is dash plug, we're going to set this and break, else we're going to say end index equals index. This is part of the range of arguments going to the current plugin. I hope this is making sense to anybody. I'm just kind of vibe coding. It's fine. So now we'll put these together. All right. And then we're going to say dash plug index equals next dash plug index, so that if we got a dash plug, that'll be greater than or equal to 0, and we'll handle it again up here. Otherwise, it'll be less than 0, and we will break the outer loop. That's fine. So maybe we should... Like we have this handle one option, maybe we'll deprecate that and just say, here's your options. Because again, the handle one option model is, it's like presuming that we don't know what plugin should get what, right? So instead, we're just gonna, this is gonna be a much bigger change than I was thinking, but I'm here for it. We're gonna say, we're not even gonna do this. This is gonna return void p.handle options. All right. No, because we want to buffer the, okay. We want to create the plugins. I want to factor all this out so everybody can use it, right? So we're going to have like plugin to create is a struct. We're going to have a name, and we're going to have options, right? Okay, cool. And so here we're gonna have to create is an array of plugin to create. We're gonna say p array add to create. Let's call it plugins to create. Let's just be maximally unambiguous. This is going to be a lot nicer in terms of something that is just reusable. Okay, so we're going to do that. So we get a start index and an end index, and we could just put the indices here, but we want to allow people to add options to the array and all that, right? So we're just going to put them in there. So we're going to say p.name equals, oh, we didn't, We need that. So name is arg sub index plus 1. All right. That's name. And then for p dot what was it called? Options. All right. So we're going to do that. And then, so all this is going to be, we can factor this out into something that everyone can reuse, including the data structure definition. And then down here, well, okay. We did this thing up here where we already created the plugins. Whoops. So init plugins is going to take this and what do you mean address of plugins? What is that? Is that in metaprograms or metaprogram plugins? Like what is the, what? Here's where I want go to definition. I'm just going to, I was starting this in the attitude of doing incremental changes. We're not doing incremental changes. This is not how it is. This is just going to be a huge mess. Here's our pass 1 that we had. So this needs to go down. All right, we need to fix this because this is dealing with names. We'll get a separate compile error for that. That'll remind us if we forget, which we probably will. I'm going back up here. What happened to just dash? There it is. Why don't we break here? Oh, because we just do this? But why? Ah, fuck. Why are we doing that? Just break the loop here. Like we're just continuing through we're setting this variable and just continue. You just could have done this and then broke, right? Okay, so that is what that is. And then this stuff is handled here. Okay. So okay. Now, all right. We'll put this up here. We'll go so we're just going to do this. All right. Wait, did the guy reply about the agency? I'm flipping back. It's an agency that reps devs, investors, etc. in the game space. I mean, okay, here's what I'll say if you're still here. Sorry, I got involved in what we were doing. There kind of isn't such a thing historically. Now, as there are so many indie game developers now and most of them get ignored, there is a little bit more of such a thing. However, most of them aren't going to be able to do you any good. The real question that I would have is like, who works there and where are they from, right? If this company is run by somebody who like used to work at third-party development at Sony or Nintendo, or like, used to be a business development person at a publisher, then they probably still have connections or at least know how things work, and they might be useful actually. So like, for example, Dan Edelman was doing this just as like a solo guy for a while, right? I don't know if he's still doing it. But like I think he had something to do with Animal Well getting signed, for example. But if it's not that, if it's just some rando company that just, offers to rep you, I'm not sure that they're going to do very much good. The question would then be, what is it costing you? And is it worth it, right? Okay. So, okay. So now I'm going to swap the order of these, because in reality, what you're probably going to do is you're going to say plugins to create : equals parse plugin arguments or whatever, right? And then you could add this on the end. Okay, and then you call init plugins now that you have modified them. Did I decide what asterisk plugins is? So we might just get rid of the handle one option completely, actually. So this plugins match stuff is going to go away. Okay, this is crap. This is crap. Yeah, this is going to be much better. Okay. Ah, it's down there. Duh. Okay. Great. Undeclared identifier it. This is just dash plug though. We're going to have a bunch of errors like this because these were pretty big changes. Oh, init plugins. All right. So let's move this to, we might move most of this code to here. Anyway, so when we say init plugins, okay. And then I don't know, like, I don't know why we're not just returning the plugins array, right? I mean, maybe you want to continue to concatenate things into the same array, but maybe that's niche. I don't know. Init, okay, so names. So instead, we're going to go for, let's say to create here. For to create, and then it.name. Okay, and then we want to pass the options to it. And I think we want to factor that there later, but for now, we'll just keep it in our user program until it's done. So, like, I think it probably goes in this part too, but this is using a funny compiler trick, and I haven't thought through the details of the funny compiler trick. Okay, so I thought there was like a prototype struct in here. Oh, it's in compiler, right? Yeah, so instead of handle one option, just fuck it. That's, well, no, okay. Like I said, we'll keep it for a second. But I think yeah, so we're just going to simplify this for now, and then maybe we'll just make it init. What I'm thinking through in my brain is, if this is just init and you get options, then you know you're only going to get one batch of options ever, right? And that's maybe makes it easier to write your plugin. Whereas if it's like, oh, they could just keep calling handle options all the time, then you're like, what do I do? What do I do? I did a bunch of heavyweight stuff, and then what if someone changes the options? Do I have to handle that? And I want the answer to be no. I want the answer to be you get one shot, right? So we're gonna make it be that. Okay. So we're going to say assert these match And then like that. Okay. Now our actual plugins haven't made this change yet, so we're going to have to change those. Options is not a member of array to play. Yeah, that's true. Names. So that's just if we have an empty array. Plugin names. It's literally what I just typed. Oh wait, no, this is different. Okay, we are now obviously infinite looping because I didn't increment index. Because I deleted the defer. No, there's a defer index plus equal. We have a continue somewhere that does something bad. Let's take out the dash plug. All right, do we at least do this? Yes. Okay. All right. So this is just our plugins don't have that. This is going to be check because that's the only one. Oh, you know, we should actually check that. So let's do this. Right? Because if somebody tries to give options to a plugin and they didn't implement anything to take options, then that makes you sad, right? We need the name. Let's do that. Unexpected end of input in code block. Excuse me, sir, you did not close your code block. You didn't close your code block. Literally right here. I put a backslash. Come on. Hey, as long as we don't pass dash plug, we can still compile things. That's great. Let's do that. Now we're infinite looping. All right, great. Great. So we do dash plug index. So we're probably infinite looping here, right? All right. Oh no, it's this one. Because look, we literally never do this. All right. Handle one option is not a member of my plugin. That's because that's not how it works anymore. Init. We don't need the cursor or the new cursor. Um, let's just pretend like we're going to do more options, right? So here we're just going to say like this is even something where you could give people some kind of code template to deal with it, right? So we do want to return a bool here, right? So if we do this, we're going to say success is false. Break. We're going to return success. All right. And so down in our meta program, we're going to keep track of success. We're going to go. We're going to go success is this, and all success. All right. If we don't all success, we log error. A plugin init failed exiting. Okay. Look how much better this is than what we did. Type given void. What? Oh, because we didn't change it in here. I shouldn't. That's a weird vestigial thing in the compiler where it said the type is void. You know, we should get rid of that. There just shouldn't be an implicit return type. Like that should just be there's no such return value. If you return void, then that's fine. What do I think of the state of the job market for juniors and semi-seniors? I don't give a shit. Like the whole, like you mostly mean web because that's what the jobs are, right? And web is fucking stupid. So I literally don't care. Do something good with your life. How often did I run into Yarvin? I didn't see him at all the past couple days. To be fair, I could have gone to his talk and I didn't, so I would have seen him if I went to his talk. But you know, There is at least one person listed that lists doing developer relations at Sony previously. Who is it? Is it anyone I know? Okay. So, in our icon plugin, I mean, that looks pretty good. Cursor +2. Oh, we're still returning. We don't want to have to return this. We just continue. Right? Okay. This is in the wrong place. Buddy, you found yourself in the wrong place. So, I was watching people play the new Doom game today because I guess streamers get it a day early. And people seem to be having fun playing it, but it looks so bad. Like, I don't know what to say about any of this. Maybe it's actually fun to play, but it looks awful. The guy was David Crislip. I have no idea who that is. But if he wasn't in like third party for indies, I wouldn't know. Streamers have to pretend they're having fun. I mean, are they? I guess if they're getting paid, which they probably are. Lyric agrees with me, 6 out of 10. Yeah, it just looks terrible, guys. Like, everything about it is bad. Even the cutscenes are terrible. The voice acting is terrible. And just the combat just looks... It looks like they sprinkled monsters around a map and just didn't know what to do. You know? Yeah, and then they fucking pissed off Mick Gordon and threw him away, and like, so they don't have good music. Like, everything, this is like what happens again. This has happened so much in games, but it even fucking happened at my company, dude. Is like, you make something that's critically acclaimed or good or whatever, something that's successful in some way, and then people show up later and they just don't understand what it took to make the successful thing, but they're also kind of pompous and they're like, "Oh, we're part of the successful thing." And it's like, "No, you're not." And you're making something crappy, right? And this is like just how people are, and it's just a force of humanity, and you have to fight it constantly, I think. Still shocked how they fucked Mick over. Yeah, like, it's unbelievable, dude. It's like no respect for talent, right? Like, the dude made, like, whether or not you actually like that style of music, which I like mostly what Mick did, but some of it's not my thing. Some of it's a little boring or whatever. But like, that's up the most original video game soundtrack in like decades. Just the sound of it, of original Doom, right? 2016 or whatever year it was. And the way it works in game, and the way it's actually good songs on the soundtrack, and like, it's not just a good soundtrack, but it's also like super original. And you just don't get that very often, right? And like that, imagine Doom 2016, but with like generic guitar soundtrack, right? Like in the MIDI tracks of original Doom. You know? I don't think the game would have been as successful. Like the sound was a huge part of it. And like they just didn't fucking respect that, and it's so stupid. The dragon gameplay is so ridiculous. I have not watched very much because I still might play it, but I don't know, man. It just doesn't. It doesn't seem like a very good game. Thought 2016 was better than Eternal. I did not play Eternal because of all the Mario shit. I was like, why are you guys adding Mario shit to Doom? It doesn't make any sense. The worst thing about the new Doom is like, they put all these graphics and stuff, and they still have something like the glory kills or whatever, but they're not usually glory kills. And you run up to the monster, and you press E, right? And like the game is trying to be all metal and stuff, and then it's putting up little E prompts on the monsters, and the E prompt is like a little E in a white icon. It doesn't look like Doom at all, right? It looks like you know, Sim City or The Sims. It looks like The Sims is prompting you to click E on the monster. It's like the worst thing ever. The glory kills are so lame compared to 2016. But the glory kills were the worst part of Doom 2016. Like they make me not want to play the game. They're so awful. Like that was what frustrated me at the time is everybody was saying these are so great. But like it's just cuz they were new. Like judged objectively, they're really bad. They're just bad. Get them out of the game. So I think that was one getting rid of the glory kills mostly was one good decision for this new game. Um but the rest of the game looks really bad. Like the game looks kind of like it was made in Unity, right? By a developer who it's like their second game in Unity. It's astonishing. But we'll play it, I guess, maybe. Maybe we'll play it. You think mechanically the glory kills were a good decision? I don't think they're even a good decision mechanically because it just turns into doing the same thing all the time. Like there's not um it doesn't pivot or interconnect with anything else. It's just like, oh, I'm going to push in and do this on this monster. Oh, I'm going to push in and do this on this monster. It's very one note, right? Okay, let's get back to doing things instead of complaining about a game we haven't even played that we might change our mind about. It might actually be good. Okay, so this appears to be working. Um, it sets the icon. That's great. So now we need to go through our other plugins. What are all our plugins? And we need to convert them to the new thing. Anyone who gets the beta is going to have to convert them to the new thing. Sorry, guys. I don't think there's that many plugins out there in the world, though, that we didn't make. wait, what? No. Syntax error because of this. All right, I was going to say there aren't that many. All right, so we got PS5 build. Let's look at that. What does this even do? It's doing something with the entry point. It's doing so. Okay, it seems non-trivial. All right, so let's go back here. We're just going to do this same boilerplate, literally. Like, make boilerplate that's easy for people to reuse. I mean, we don't like boilerplate generally, but, you know, to the extent that you have it, let's just do this. You're always going to want your plugin, and you're going to want this success code, and you're going to want to iterate with a cursor, right? And then if it's this, okay, bad style that this thing didn't fucking, oh, but you can't, right, okay. It wasn't this guy's job to error before, so it was fine. So we're going to say, what did we say? Unknown, let's do this. For plugin PS5 build, unknown argument that success equals false. And so we might make a macro for this later, for all I know, or, you know, something like that, where you just provide the cases and like this, is it enough to make that worth it? I don't know. Okay. And then we return success. And then I guess we should just always break if there's an unknown argument, because now you're parsing stuff that you don't even know what it is. All right. Codex. There's no options? Wait, there is handle one option. Wait. We supposedly have a handle one option and it's not even called. Lol. Lol. Computers. All right, so we're going to lay this out the same exactly. Literally exactly the same up to there. Okay, wait, did I... Well, you don't return here. Okay. It's like maybe we should defer cursor plus equals 1 in this loop. I don't know. We'll see. So if it's export... That's confusing because if you handle multiple arguments, you have to not plus equals on the... Yeah. I don't know. Okay. If it's export file, so now we're not copying the strings in any of this, so we're assuming the options are going to live as long as the plugins. That's sort of like the secret constraint. You can't be in the secret society unless you know the secret constraint. For plugin codex, unknown argument, whatever. Yeah. Okay. iProf. See, some people just don't want to do this kind of code cleanup stuff. You know, where was it? Instrument. Because, you know, it's a little bit of extra work. And why do any work, you know? But that's, you know, you get something better at the end. Where's the handle when option? Oh, we also have example plugin. Wait, and Android, what? All right. All right, this is a separate. Okay. So we're going to go literally this same thing. I forgot there was a CSV option. All right. Okay. So all right. All right. So we do that, we do that, we do that, we do that. We do this for plugin codecs. Return success. Okay, wait. We don't need that. Example plugin. Maybe we should get rid of before intercept now. After build options have been set by the outer meta program. I don't know. We'll leave that. Maybe that should just be the same as init though, right? I don't know. That separate issue. Let's just complete the mission. Complete the mission. Okay, so we'll reorder this. It's the sample file. Before, all right. Did this have a comment? Handle. Okay. Init. All right, we're gonna literally keep doing the same thing we've been doing. OBOL. I program in OBOL. I program in OBOL. 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 La, 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 la. Okay. Cool. Oh, wait. We got to put the fail case for plugin, example plugin. We should just put the name on the metaprogram plugin and then have a standard. Yeah, whatever. We'll do that later. Do that later. And why is there still... What? Oh, I didn't rename it. It's like, why is it still in the search? Enemies being health packs encourages you to keep moving and be close to enemies. So I agree that that's true, but the thing that I felt about 2016, I didn't play Eternal, but also the thing that I felt about the new Doom, watching people play it, is it actually encourages really sloppy gameplay, right? Because you're like, I'm getting damaged all the time. I'm just going to get more health from a monster or something, right? Whereas, so the old style of first person shooter, where it's like, I just need to get far enough in the map to get a health pack somehow. Um, you really didn't want to get hit, right? And now it's like, oh, I'm getting hit. It's fine, right? And I don't think I like that. Now I agree that the old style version has several problems with it, but yeah. Like I would like Doom a lot better if it was like, wow, I really gotta avoid getting hit. You know what? The worst thing about the new Doom, I know you guys saw this because it's even worse than the stupid E prompt, is like when a demon comes up and melees you, it puts like a giant scratch mark sprite on the screen that again looks like UI designed by somebody at Microsoft and not like Doom at all. And I'm just going to say there's no way that the designer who drew that scratch mark was a red-blooded heterosexual American male. I'm just going to say that. That's just that's just factual. It's like so inappropriate and bad in the game too. It's like, yeah, not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just an observation, all right? It's just an observation about the game. Yeah, it was it was generated by Midjourney probably. I'm going to have to give them $70 or whatever and play it for 10 minutes anyway, just so I can know for myself, but I know I'm not going to like the game. And it's so, dude, like original Doom was the video game. Like literally everybody in the universe thought it was the best game ever made. And it's just crazy to fall from there to here. I mean, it's not that surprising given 30 years of handing it off from team to team to team, but like, dude, at least have the decency not to call it Doom anymore. Uh, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll change my mind when I play it. All right. Okay. I'm a little bit shocked at myself that I made this system work by passing all the arguments to all the plugins. I don't know why I did that. It just it's just not a good idea. I don't I usually make decisions much more in a direction about clarity, lack of ambiguity, and all that, because that stuff is all what annoys me about, like the linker model of C and C++ and all that stuff, right? I don't know. It's weird. It's weird that I made that decision. Maybe the demons influenced me that day. All right, so I'm sure there are lots of problems still, but we'll find out what they are. First 3 Stalker games are getting enhanced editions. I mean, here's the thing. I played original Stalker at the time. I enjoyed it. I didn't even play the whole game at the time, though. And, like, I don't think it would hold up today, the original game. Later ones I played a little bit, and I was just like, eh. Like, I played on stream one of them at one point. I'm trying to remember which one it was. We also played Metro 2033 on stream, which is a Stalker clone, right? I didn't play that very far either. My plugin undeclared. Oh. There's literally no such thing. Whoops, that's the wrong thing. Wait, this is called init. Not handle one option. Lol. All right. So, okay, that's returning the wrong thing still. Okay. Run it back. I need Emacs to show a red scratch mark. Dude, it's so bad. Like, how do they ship that? It's so bad. We could just return false here, right? Like, why am I doing this? Let's do that to the example also. Unclarity for my plugin. Let's put that in the example plugin. In general, plugins have a my plugin struct that contains state they wish to keep contains long-term state. We cast from metaprogram plugin. to my plugin on entry to the various functions to access this state, my dot some state equals true. Right? So let's yeah, that'll be a better example. And then let's make this a number. Okay. Sure. Wait, what failed last time? No, that did. All right. Ads are out of control. I pay for Twitch, so I don't see them, but yeah. How does your return code path analysis work? It's very bad. So here's the problem. To do that well, you want to have good data flow analysis and control flow analysis because, there's cases where you want to be like, I forget, right? But there's common false positives where you don't see a return and you warn on it. That's why it's a warning and not an error, right? I forget what those common cases are right now, but there's some common ones. And the way that you figure them out is like you just know that you can't get there or whatever, right? We didn't have that initially, and we still don't totally have that in the compiler, but we didn't have it early on, but we needed to implement something to give you that warning because it's very important, right? It's a very important warning. So we literally just do the dumb version of it where, we just make sure that all paths return. So for example, if you have an if statement, we just recurse into all the branches. And if you return on all the branches, then you return there. Otherwise you don't. And that's literally all it is. They butchered the app. Dude, I don't even remember my Twitch password, so I don't try to use the app because it wants me to log in and stuff. Oh. Our ABC failed in default metaprogram. Okay, we'll have to check that out. Oh, that's literally our only error. Okay. Oh, we've got other stuff after dash plug. Right. So dash and dash dash are valid after dash plug, actually. So, So I think that's sufficient. I don't know. Um, okay, we're still doing that. Oh, that doesn't even use dash dash. Hold on, let's go to one that did. Okay, we're still getting this error. Maybe it doesn't have to do with this. Array bounds check on what we're adding to the options. Interesting. So end index is 4. 0. Wait, is this 0? 1, 2, 3, 4. Limit is 4. I forget what exactly is in args. Okay, anyway. So oh, you know what? This is already wrong. Wait, okay, we only get here if we saw dash plug, right? That's the whole reason for this. So we saw dash plug. And we know there's at least one more argument. In this case, we saw dash plug, we saw this, and then there's this, etc. All right, so let's just log this for a sec so we can see what's going on. So let's make sure we're hitting that so that we know what's going on. We are not even. Not even. Wait, we saw dash plug. This literally isn't ever. What's happening here? Are we breaking on the first thing? Does this not use... What's going on? Oh, there it is. I was starting to go crazy of not seeing anything. Start index 4, end index 4, index 4. So we went, I think, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So after we do the plug, okay, it's 2. So 0, 1, 2, 3. And now Why is this... Wait. Why is this 4 if dash plug index was 2? Why am I doing that? Dash plug index is 2. We don't do this. The name, oh, because the name, right. So dash plug link fail plugin, yes. And then there's no arguments is the problem. And we are sad. So, right, we do need a way to say no arguments. I think that just does that, right? So okay, I think this is correct because the whole point is we're failing. There might be other plugins in the tests, by the way, that we didn't edit. But yeah. Okay, so let's comment out our no chickens. No chickens. No chickens. All right, I'm going to grab some water. Any questions about what we are doing right now? Questions, please. You can't see this, but I have so many chocolate bars right now, you won't even believe. You won't even believe it, how many chocolate bars I have. When I move into my new apartment, which I finally found, I'm going to need to get a bunch of Lake Champlain chocolate bars as a celebration like I used to do. Is the rationale for these command line arguments versus just editing the meta program for quick and dirty build changes? I do not understand the question. Please ask question in English. The chocolate bar that I started with is a s'mores chocolate bar, which is milk chocolate and marshmallows and stuff. But I also have a dark chocolate with Pop Rocks and a dark chocolate peanut butter cups. Yeah, this apartment is not ready till the middle of July, so that's when I'm going to be traveling from June through July. So I had a really weird dream 2 nights ago, and I forget what was going on exactly, but like Mr. Beast was God in the dream. And I was like trying to do something, I don't know, trying to do something, and he was judging me. So, you know. Dude, oh shit. Remember the Oh God movies where George Burns played God? They just have to do a remake, but with Mr. Beast. That would do numbers. That would do such numbers. And he like puts people through crazy challenges as if they were Job. Do I still do Tai Chi? Yes. Yes, I do. Years ago, I was in Batumi, Georgia. I mean, yes, you saw a clip about me complaining about the tea. What was wrong with the tea? It's all just tea bags that are just really old and in someone's cupboard somewhere in the restaurant. And the tea bags are like 3 years old, so the tea is like old and dry and not flavorful. Scammed? I mean, I got tea at like 4 different places, so this is just they don't care when you go to a restaurant and you order tea. They don't care if it's good. Never been to Batumi? Yeah. Well, I never went to anywhere else in Georgia, so I cannot tell you if it is better elsewhere. I just can tell you it sure was horrible there. Was the talk recorded? Yeah, probably. You just haven't really used the command line arguments to do plugins. Yeah, I mean most people haven't, but you know, I think it's something that experienced users of the language will do more. And there's also, there's plans for one or two other features that interact with plugins a little bit. I just want to make sure this is a system that works well and makes sense. All right. So let's make sure Sokoban compiles. It doesn't. Oh, because we do our own plugin thing because we couldn't really reuse what was in default metaprogram. So yeah, that'll be a good test of how reusable this is. All right, let's just make it work first. And then we'll take the W and then we'll keep changing things. So we're just going to do this. I don't know about that question. That's a question. So this is plugins to create. I just wrote this code the other day just to put some stuff. maybe I should get rid of this communication proc thing. I don't know. Maybe not. No. All right. Because communication proc can be called multiple times. I guess that's the point. Is Memory Debugger a plugin? It is not. It is not. Just because, I don't know. I mean, you could imagine making it a plugin, but I think that would be more trouble than it's worth. Are we looking for any contributors on the compiler of the game engine? Yes. However, I will tell you, having been this person in the past, in the very early days, there's not a very high correlation between people who go into something early on saying they want to be a contributor and people who are actually the good contributors. So what I would just say is like, look, if you're interested in using the language, I think that's fine. You could get on the beta, you could use it, you could see how it is, and then you can see if it makes sense to contribute. But like, I'm looking for, quality contributions from people who really know what's going on. I don't want to sign people up in order for them to contribute. You know what I mean? Because that's a recipe for badness. Like, people should know. People should have experience using it before they try to contribute, I guess, is the summary. How do you get on the beta? Well, if you email and your email sucks, you won't get on the beta. So, Okay. So we're going to need to pass a plugins to create there instead of plugin names. Right, so we're just going to do the same thing here. It's going to be global though. All right, and then, whoops, I'm in the wrong file. Plugin names. Let's just make this a function, because we don't do dash plug in this program because it was annoying to duplicate that functionality. And so, but that's bad because it's not as flexible, right? And so what I want to do is convert this to use dash plug. But again, one step at a time. We want to make everything work. So I'm just going to do this for now. See, like, I don't have the ability to pass options here at all from Sokoban. So but like this run after build, why the fuck is auto run PS5 a different module? Dude, like, okay, whatever. What? No, there shouldn't be different modules. This is what, like, when people do stuff, and I'm not looking, dude, a surprising amount of time, it's like the totally wrong thing. This is not the way this language is supposed to fucking work. It's supposed to be auto run is the abstraction that you depend on. And then it's got implementations for different systems. Okay? And you don't have to worry about this at the high level where you're just doing stuff. Oh my God, dude. This kind of stuff makes me so angry because it's like the demons in upcoming game Doom Swagger or whatever it's called. You just have to be fighting them constantly or they will overrun humanity and take us down, right? So, is someone getting fired? I can almost guarantee whoever did this doesn't work at the company anymore. This is bullshit anyway. Well, let's not delete it. Like, this stuff makes me so angry because the entire point of this whole software architecture that I've been working on for 10 years is that this isn't how it works. And then someone comes along and fucking does this, right? And it's just like, ah! Does SVN do blame? Yes, it does, but I'm not going to blame something like this on a Twitch stream after complaining about it like that, because I'll dox whoever's responsible. And, you know, when they sign up to work for you, they don't sign up to, you know, be publicly excoriated. It's not fair to people. So, you know. Okay, so like this comment, can't believe the things that people do. It's literally unbelievable. Literally unbelievable. Okay, so we never did that. Okay, let's do something that does a plugin like this. All right, so we can take the W. Once we get rid of our no check-ins. Okay, we want to comment that. Just break. Oh, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's just do it. So instead of got user arguments delimiter, args.count -1. Right? And then break. And then we don't need got user arguments delimiter. It +1. And we get rid of this. We simplify this. handle command line arguments. Once we see dash plug or dash dash, none, we are done looking for our arguments. I mean, maybe instead of dash plug, I mean, you could imagine instead of like dash plug icon dash icon whatever, right? I mean, maybe it's like plus icon dash icon whatever. But like there's something about the dash plug. Like the fact that there is a different syntax character and that signals the end of our arguments makes sense to me. Like, oh, if I see that or a plus. But like dash plug, the thing is dash plug looks like the other options that we accept, right? Whatever. That can be an additional change after what we're doing here anyway, because it's compatible with everything we're doing. So what about the dash dash here, though? Like, I'm confused about, oh, maybe that doesn't, oh, maybe dash dash doesn't even get passed to us, right? That's probably true. Okay. Left type string, a string. This ain't JavaScript. Index. This ain't JavaScript, thank God. All right. So we got to run all our tests again. Quite advanced in programming and mindset behind those. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, it's just like but that's just the thing is there's a variety of things in the world that you could contribute to. And we just want to make sense that you contribute to the things that make the most sense, right? That's all. JavaScript. You know, I saw this trailer for this new Superman movie, and like, it actually doesn't look bad for a Superman movie. Did you guys see this trailer? It's like they actually watched the Christopher Reeves one that everybody likes, except for the stupid part where he flies around the Earth really fast and makes time goes backwards. It's like they watched that and did something that inherits that spirit. Like it's the first superhero movie in like over 10 years where I watched the trailer and I was like, "Oh, I kind of want to go to the theater and see that." Has way too much stuff. Yeah, there was like there was Lex Luthor, right? There was like some kind of black outfit wearing spinny hand blade person that I thought at the very beginning was going to be General Zod or something because of the outfit, but it wasn't. And then there was like some giant CGI monster that looked bad. And then there was some other giant CGI monster. And then there was like some war stuff. What was the last movie I saw at the theater? All right. I'm pretty sure this answer is correct. I'm pretty sure the answer is Megalopolis. Haven't seen a movie in theater since Avatar 2. I did not see Avatar 2. I kind of want to go see Warfare, but none of my friends in Boulder are people who I would go see Warfare with. So I kind of just haven't seen it. I could just, go by myself and whatever. Um Andor was nice last week. So I think Tom wrote the last 3 episodes, which is cool. He wrote 3 of them. I don't remember if it's the last 3 or the penultimate last 3. But I still haven't seen episode 3 yet. I hated episode 1 of Andor so much that I've just been slow getting through the rest of it. I hope it gets better, dude. I hated it so much. You're a big fan of Avatar 1. All right. Cool. It does seriously. Okay. Well, I'll probably watch episode 3 tonight cuz it's still doing the 3 episode arc thing, right? So episode 3 will bring to a close all the stupid, shitty, arguing rebels and people at the party going, "Where's Andor?" And maybe we can actually start on something at some point. I hope like he actually gets to fly that bitch in TIE fighter for real. Is the Thunderbolts movie bad? I guarantee it's bad. Like, there's no that whole genre of movie is just awful. Yeah, Mandalorian was kind of good for about 1.5 episodes, right? Um, and then it became awful. Even yeah, like man, I don't know why everyone was saying Mandalorian was good because it wasn't. Um, no, but Andor is. If you haven't watched season 1 of Andor, you should because it's really good. I cannot speak for season 2. I hate season 2 so far, but like I said, I've only watched 2 episodes. But season 1 of Andor is good mostly. Your last theater experience was Furiosa. Yeah, I didn't see that. I hope the Superman movie is actually good and it's not just like a good trailer for a bad movie, which it easily could be. Mando came back in the end. I mean, I just gave up on it after season 1. I watched all of season 1 and then I was just like by the end of it I was like this is so bad. I can't do it anymore. Okay, where even did I think we could take the W. All right. So we'll go to the change log though, and we're going to start writing up uh, default metaprogram. Um, Metaprogram plugins have changed in order to make it easier for your own meta program to use plugins and to make the core system cleaner and more robust rather than passing unknown arguments to all plugins. now default metaprogram just passes what was between the dash plug argument and the next dash plug or dash or the end of arguments. Instead of handle one argument, there is now a meta program plugin.init that takes all the arguments intended for that plugin. A consequence of this is that the dash plug arguments have to come at the end of the default metaprogram argument list, because once it sees a dash plug, everything after that is for plugins. We haven't quite done this yet. Okay, let's not write it yet then. Let's put a blank star there. Because the next thing we're going to do is factor that out and make it reusable. All right. Plugin invocation refactor part 1. Boom. That was a much bigger change than I expected it to be, but hey, great. Okay, next item. Oh, we could have put part of this. Init plugins, instead of taking an array of plugin names, now takes an array of struct plugin to create, which bundles the names and options together. So now this is what we're going to do next. Argument parsing for plugins has now been refactored into a function parse plugin arguments in metaprogram plugins. You don't have to use the input. Input is an array of command line arguments, and the output is an array of plugin to create. You don't have to use this argument parser. You could make an array of plugin to create yourself, but this has been refactored for your convenience to make it easier to invoke plugins from your own custom metaprogram. Right? This is like, look, we work hard for the people. We're just telling the people how we worked hard for them. That is all. That is all. Okay, so let's actually do that so that we're not fake news. CNN fake news. Casey put it best that Mando felt like you were listening to a story being made up on the spot by an 8-year-old. Yeah, I can't even remember what my specific complaints were. I just remember the last episode is like There's like some lava cave or something, and they're pretending they can't get out. Like it's really bad. Have I watched White Lotus? I watched like one episode of season one or something, or two episodes, or three. I watched some amount of season one, but it was just general generic libtard stuff, and I couldn't take it. Right? Like if a show is too generic libtard, I just can't go there anymore. White Lotus season one is just amazing. I didn't get to the amazing part, I guess. I tried, in as much as I watched, it was all just this very generic, class rhetoric about like, oh, the people who work at the place are poor and exploited, and all the rich guests who come in are all bad people. And I'm just like, you've been yelling this at me for 15 years. I don't want to hear any more of it, you know? Maybe it got better after that, but I bounced off it. Okay. So, what did we claim that we called this function that doesn't exist yet? Parse plugin arguments. Um, no, let's not do that. Let's just return this. All right. So we're going to do this. And okay. We're just going to do that. And then we're going to refactor all this in place. I don't think this can error. Yeah. Oh, no, it can. So let's... Okay, we're just going to hook that back into our thing. So here we want to return... want to return a success. Return false, comma, plugins. All right, so we need our own... We need this... Okay. We're going to do that. Okay. In case someone gave us the start of their argument list or whatever, scan for dash plug, the calling routine maybe probably scan for dash plug on their own. But anyway, if no dash plug, there are no plugin arguments, and we return. So okay. So if you already found the plug, we start there. All right. Dash plug icon dash icon dash icon file name .icode dash plug auto run into the output plugin to create dot array thing name equals icon options equals string dot. How's this for documentation? Icon. I hope I'm getting this right. We don't need. Passed into okay. That, I think that's an explanation. What does metaprogram stand for here? It is a program programmed by Metatron. Is the plugin system part of the game or language? It's part of the language. Part of the language. They're written so honestly that they undermine the libtard worldview. Okay. I mean, maybe. I couldn't do it, dude. I couldn't do it. I've never seen Succession, though. Okay, that's obviously bad. Oh. Oh. Dang it. See, I want you to be able... We will go ahead and return. Like, I want maximum ease of use, so we're going to return one of these, even though that's a little weird. Parse plug. Where did... Oh, we put it... We haven't moved it yet. I was so confused. All right. We're going to do that. We're going to do this at the... Oh, we already have it at the top. And then instead of returning that, we're going to return plugins, and it'll just be empty. Okay, great. So that appears to be working. Let's do a thing. All right, so now we're going to move this into Metaprogram plugins. Right? Who the fuck uses slice? Why is this here? Maybe someone does. So this thing uses my split from left, though. All right. Parse plugin arguments. Did we namespace that? Metaprogram plugins. Parse plugin arguments. It's in there. What do you mean undeclared identifier? Oh, because we're at file scope. Lol. Let's just put it up here anyway, because the order of operations is that we would parse and then do the thing. All right, so let's run the tests. The wire is deeply variable in quality. Like, I didn't even watch season 5 at all, honestly, because everyone said it was the bad season. And like, season 2 was so bad that if season 5 was worse than 2, I just had no interest, right? Some parts of The Wire were really good. Some parts just were laying it on way too thick, you know. I would say overall it is worth watching. However, heavy caveat is the following. I watched The Wire a long time ago. Not when it first came out, but, you know, somewhere between then and now. And especially I watched it before 2014, when the gaming world and to some extent the whole world started getting ruined by all the libtard stuff, right? And The Wire is definitely of that school of thought in many ways. And it's like, it's one of the things, there's a lot of things that didn't seem that bad at the time when they happened or when they came out or whatever the thing is. But that in retrospect, I see was part of the seeds that were planted to get us where we got to, right? And so if I were to go back and see those things again now, I might feel very differently about them. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't know that I would feel that way about that show, but I suspect. Or at least about parts of it, right? On the other hand, there are definitely things about The Wire, like season 2 was all about like the union being corrupt, which is certainly not part of the modern left worldview that you're allowed to even think that at all. That's not what made it bad. It was just terrible because the actors were terrible, and I didn't care about the story at all, and it had nothing to do with anything we had seen except vaguely that Stringer Bell was mentioned once in a while. Um, I don't know. You see it in a lot of movies, even from the '90s. Yeah, like, dude, there's just so many things that just I will have flipped on. Like, if I watched the movie or heard the song or watched the TV show for the first time now, I would kind of be disgusted by it. But at the time, I didn't think much of it because by itself, it's not bad, right? But like it just brick by brick, it led to this thing that was really nasty and that we're still trying to deal with, right? And um, yeah, it just feels different. Season 2 is better on a rewatch. Is that because it's more related to later seasons in a way that you don't know yet when you see it, or like why is season 2 better on a rewatch? Okay, here's the other thing about season 2. I don't remember it that well, but what I remember is, there's two brothers or whatever, and one of them is a fuck up and ruins his life, right? Over the course of the season. And that's like a generic story element that I just hate every time. It's like here's a person, hey, we're going to spend hours and hours on a person who's making really bad decisions, obviously, and then you're supposed to empathize for that character. And I'm like, no, I don't. The guy's being stupid. He deserves to have a bad outcome. I'm just not invested, right? And like that's what I remember about season 2 also. You're supposed to hate Ziggy. Yeah, I don't remember it that well. But whether you're supposed to hate him or not, like, why are you forcing me to watch this? Like, I don't want to watch someone make bad decisions for 30 hours. Like, I just have better things to do than that, you know? All right. So, parse plugin arguments. So here's the thing. I don't necessarily... Oh, let's make sure Sokoban still compiles. Because we're moving the office and the new machines are not necessarily up till tomorrow, I don't think I want to try to do the next step in this operation, which is to move this plugin parsing over to Sokoban's meta program. Merely because, you know, the build server is not necessarily running right now, and like that's bad for several reasons. Like the binary is not getting refreshed and whatever. So I'll wake up tomorrow and I'll see what the status is of that and consider whether to do it. But we've done the part that provides most of the value for the people. Doing the conversion in Sokoban is just like finishing it and also just sort of, you know, testing the thesis that that this actually is useful in its current refactored form. But if it's not, we can just tweak the refactoring a little bit. That's no big deal. Better Call Saul pulls off the trope well. I mean, I like Bob Odenkirk a lot. I couldn't watch Better Call Saul. Like, I watched like the first episode and I was just like, oh, I'm going to hate this. That's honestly, that's my reaction to a lot of TV shows that are popular, though, is just like, I can't watch this. So That part of that's me. A form of the idiot plot. Yeah, maybe it is. It's not exactly, because I do think it's realistic that there are a lot of people in the world who make bad decisions like that. Like, obviously there are. It's just like, why are you making me sit here and watch this, though? It's not that it's unrealistic. It's that I don't want to swim in sewage all day, you know? Are we moving our office far? Not really. The slop containment pit. I don't know if it's exactly slop. I mean, I didn't watch enough of these things. I mean, I guess with The Wire I did. I don't know. But yeah, just it's very weird. Like, that is a general template for a show or a movie, is watch someone make bad decisions. Like, even in Twin Peaks season 3, I couldn't stand that fucking subplot. Like, there's what's her name? Norma's daughter? Is it Norma's daughter? Whoever that girl is. Who, like, has the total loser boyfriend. And just episode after episode is her dealing with the total loser boyfriend. And then bad stuff happens at the. I forget exactly what happens, but it's like just ends bad as far as I remember. And I was just like, oh, I mean, maybe I'm down with that. It's like, look, you didn't insulate yourself against this shitty dude, and okay, that cost you. But I still don't know why I have to sit there and watch 10 hours of it. You know? Like, if the character could just have that happen somewhere where I don't have to sit there and watch. It was a smallish plot with Ziggy's downfall. I mean, dude, I don't remember The Wire season 2 hardly at all. I just remember whiny dudes with Boston accents and the union being corrupt and me not caring about any of it for like 500 episodes in a row until season 2 finally ended. That's all I remember. Movies from the video archives. Yeah, I haven't seen that podcast. Maybe it's good. I don't watch that many movies anymore. So, it's a very small subplot. Well, I mean, that's the thing. So, I felt like I was frickin' watching it forever, right? First of all. Second of all, like, the casting of the guy in the season 3 boyfriend, like, usually it's believable if it's like, I could see why a woman would be attracted to this guy, but he's also kind of a scumbag weasel or what. Like, Leo originally was at least like a dude or whatever. But this guy was like such a like complete unredeemable weasel from like his first second on screen. You're like, why would anybody. And I guess that was part of the point. I guess part of the point was she wasn't really in love with him. She was confusing the drug high with being in love with him. Um, but like, I still just didn't want to sit there and watch that. The whole point. Oh, you were talking about The Wire. Okay. Well, anyway, whatever. Twin Peaks and The Wire are basically the same show. Come on. Okay. How is VC funding in the industry? I mean, I'm not keeping touch with that because it's very different from what I do, but I think it's probably really bad because, um, we sort of had a couple of waves in a row of VC investing in stuff that was not ever going to turn into anything, right? Like all the crypto game shit. And then there was this sort of wave of stuff that happened after all the crypto game shit, um, of just like metaverse related, right? Or I don't know, just platform plays that almost all failed. And so VCs that tried to do game stuff just lost all their money for the past 5 years or whatever, except in rare cases. Oh, it's Shelley's daughter, right? So maybe I'm hating both of those. Wait, is that not the same guy? I don't remember now. Designer of Kotlin claims to be designing some kind of AI native language. I'm not sure what that would even mean. I would have to see the claim about in what way is it an AI native language in order to know if that makes sense or not. Offhand, when you say the phrase AI native language, nothing really pops to mind about what that would be except trivial things like, you know, we're built around functions for evaluating layers of neural networks or whatever. But like that's just an API. Like that's not a language. So yeah, I don't know, but I don't know what the claim is. So it better be a markup language. Where is markup language guy? We miss markup language guy. What what has happened with him? Let's see. It's getting away. Let's see if there's anything small to do. Oh, this is the game. No, this is all right. This is we got our to-do list mixed up, but that is not necessarily confusing or surprising. I'm getting tired. Um, yeah, these are all this list is all Sokoban stuff. Yeah, I don't want to do any of these. We do have that in Simp we need to give people a way to free textures, so let's do that. Well, at least start it. We don't have to do the whole thing. It's pretty simple. So we want to go, what should we call it? Destroy texture? You know, texture destroy. Also, this is bad. Let's make this separate, but we shouldn't new a texture and return it necessarily, right? That's bad form. Okay. So texture destroy. I don't know. We're going to check init. And it's just going to be a little shim. So how do you in GL destroy a texture? Deleting unused textures in OpenGL. We should ask an AI. GL delete texture. Can I do it on a single GL delete textures? GL size IN, GL uint. Yeah. Retarded documentation as usual. Okay, but not as retarded as LLVM or whatever. All right. We'll just do that. Okay. Shelly did the same thing in the original show as with the bad guy. Yeah, but like, it was just not even comparable. I don't know. I don't know. So one thing I noticed about Twin Peaks season 3, because I was watching it, I think at Casey's house, and they actually fixed some of the really horrible things. Although I didn't see all the episodes, I just saw some of them. So like the car bomb that when it originally aired had the absolute worst special effects ever put to screen ever. Uh, they edited and did the more sensible thing of just like cutting away from it as it happens. So that's fixed. There's no way on earth you're going to convince me that Leo is somehow better. Okay, listen. Early Leo may not have been better, but New Shoes Leo was way better. Okay? Come on. Yeah, but I agree. He's not. Yeah, somebody else would have been better in that role. For sure. Okay, I mean we'll run the tests, I guess. We're not really I don't know if this works. I mean, we should like at least try to call the function once and see what happens. Uh-oh. We messed something up. GL destroy. Oh, we didn't make a binding for it. Where are we getting this from? Are we importing GL? What are we doing? We must be, right? Import GL. Does our GL module not have GL delete textures? It's literally right there. Oh wait, we literally have dinit for texture. Okay, and clearly there's stuff that I had to do anyway. Why? Do we call it dinit is the question. Actually, in the back end, no. Because all right. Wait, realloc texture? I don't think we should do that. Why are we doing that? Okay, hold on. Why are we reallocating textures? Okay. What am I doing? I'm getting confused. GL delete, GL destroy textures. Wait, is it called delete textures? Delete textures. Okay, so obviously that's not good, but let's just do this. Okay, so we already had that code in there. So if it's a render buffer, we do a thing, I guess. Okay, we'll delete this. And yeah. GL target is not a member of texture. Okay. That might be why this was commented out. Create render. We don't create a render buffer. Maybe that's not a thing anymore. I guess we don't have... Wait. Set render target. Create render target. So we don't... We don't do anything special there, I guess. Wait. We create a texture. We bind it because it's OpenGL and it's stupid. We create an image. So we're just doing a GL texture 2D and calling it a render target, and we're assuming that that works on all GPUs now. So I guess we're just gonna do this. All right. I don't know, man. Simp calls that realloc function for some reason in one spot. Yeah, that's why I wanted to put it on the list and not... Like, I want to do one change at a time. I mean, I guess we could test it by calling destroy and create, so... Backend realloc texture. Load from bitmap. Do I want to change this right now? Does it look like looking like you're going to self-publish Sokoban game? We are in discussions with publishers. We may sign with a publisher. There is definitely a specific publisher that we've been talking to and may want to work with. I don't know. That's the advantage of having a publisher. I mean, here's the thing. The internet is getting ever noisier. And so having people whose job it actually is to break through the noise and like help do the right thing to get people to notice your game and want to play it. If they actually do a good job, which many publishers don't, then that's a very, very valuable thing. Right? And then, of course, I mean, typically, like if a game is signed early in development, like it doesn't really exist yet, then you're typically getting from a publisher money to make the whole game with, right? For us, because the game is very late in development now, it would be more like completion funding where, you get a little bit of money to finish. But it's, for us, it would largely be about just partnering with someone so we can get the game out there the most effectively. Okay. I mean, we could just let the people test it and complain if it doesn't work. Because right now, only one person really wants this. So establishing the API is the most important thing. And we can tweak it. Did we put it? Yes, we did. This is enough stuff that we could basically ship a new beta now. We've got 40 lines of changes, but we'll keep going for a little. We just shipped a beta over the weekend or something. So that's a question that I will sleep on. Like, do we want to simplify and get rid of reallocating texture? Or not? I don't know. Any chance I can add the set scissor fix? Let's see. Let me search for that. Set scissor. Oh, January 16. Set scissor always determines its coordinates from the window height, which doesn't make sense when there's an active render target with a different resolution than the window. Oh, yeah, that's true. Let's look at that. Set scissor. So we're doing this H. What is H here? It's to figure out the height that we're passing in absolute coordinates. Yeah, so these are obviously render target coordinates, I guess. They have to be because scissoring operates on the current render operation, right? Okay. So that makes sense. So the suggested fix is this, which makes sense. Do we need, what about clearing the scissor? That just disables. Okay. I mean, that makes sense to me. Simple change. I'm sorry we didn't get it in sooner. Sometimes I get just bowled over a little bit. If we do sign with a publisher, we'll have a little more bandwidth to put people back on the compiler. Fixed set scissor, not respecting currently set render target. Right? Let's run our tests again just to be really paranoid. Like, look how easy that was to put in, right? Yeah, we don't want that kind of fix to be taking that long. But yeah, I've been very busy this year. We actually went the longest we have ever gone in the history of compiler between beta updates. I think we went something like 2 months between updates, like a hair less than 2 months, which, we've had we've had multiple beta updates in a day before. We've had like 3 updates in 3 successive days. So it's fine once in a while to go a long time, but yeah, it's just how busy I've been this year. All right. But part of that is getting the game, like the game is getting to the point where it's incredibly going to be the downhill stretch toward release soon. And like just really getting it to that point has taken some doing. All right. Fix some simp stuff. Yeah, I saw the email. Let's look at that one too. In the spirit of responding to things, I also saw this on the Discord. It's that the inverse Languel, I don't know what this is supposed to return. So first of all, why is it returning success second? Why is there a fucking must on the return? That's retarded. Like, I didn't write this function. Okay. Elon must. Yes. Okay, so you guys are saying that this less than is the wrong way. But like, if debt is 0, we're going to divide by 0 here anyway. And this is going to be inf, and we're just going to spam the FPU. Like, this is a bad function. Okay? This is just a bad function. Like, there should be... I mean, I guess it's trying to be done branch free. You kind of should check, though, up here. Does the reference check this earlier? Do you guys have a link you can paste me of, like, the original version of this somewhere? Nondescript variable names. Yeah, I mean, the thing is with a matrix function like this, there's not really better variable names. So, yeah. I will say, though, this is probably wasteful at this point. Like, what is the... Like, can't we just say here, instead of making new vector 3s, can't we just say, oh no, because these are columns. These are columns. All right, whatever. Whatever, man. A better implementation would return a zeroed matrix. Well, here's the thing. It is a trade-off that honestly should be commented. The thing is, if you put an if statement here, you're paying for that if statement anytime you call this function, which may not be a very large cost because it's a very predictable branch or something. But if you don't put an if statement here, then you're going to just like turd all over the FPU here. But that's like fine if that's not expected, right? So I don't know. I don't know if it's better. Like a cleaner implementation that didn't want to turd all over the FPU would in fact check det here between these two lines, right? I mean, it all depends. Is integer divide or float divide by 0 going to crash your program? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. It depends on your FPU control word current value. Okay, let's just fix the less then. Is this supposed to be a success variable? Here's the thing. If we're, like usually if we return success, I maybe want to standardize on putting the success value first. Right? Because the idea being you can't ignore this. You can't just assign the value and ignore the success criterion, right? Now, unless we do a long dance about multiple copies of the function, I think very few people use this, so I would be inclined to just swap these. Right? I think the other inverse functions return bool as second value. Well, we should do it for all of them, right? Like, I mean as a convention across the entire programming language, right? Like this is true for hash table as well, which I don't remember which way it is right now. But I think if you're gonna look up something and you may get trash as a result, the success code should be first, in my opinion. Right? What do you guys think? Hard agree. Okay. So we'll do this in all of them. So we want that, right? We want success. I guess, so has anyone looked in the version of the book? Did he want a failure code? Like, is that what the source code said in the book? Do we use this at all? I doubt we do. Yeah, like literally nobody checks the success code here. It's just like sloppy, right? Okay. Let's just see. No, literally nobody uses it. Like we don't even use it in our entire game. But I guess you were using it because you noticed the problem. All right. Let's change this for all of them. So here, we don't even return a success code. Let's do that. All right. I already feel better about this. The book source does not have a success failure return. Okay. So that explains why it was wrong, because it was added not carefully, and then we never literally used the function. Does this ever fail, actually? Right? So you get this if you're, what do you call it? You know, what do you call it? Okay. Just, this must makes me so angry. I don't know why I haven't deleted it. So I am just deleting them all. Okay. Maybe we should just get rid of must. I don't know. Like, maybe it's not that useful. Because the main thing I conceived it for was memory leak kind of a thing, right? Like, oh, you're leaking memory if you don't pay attention to this. But there's so many ways to leak memory, and I honestly don't think I don't think we've really gained utility out of must, honestly. Right? And so, like, why don't we simplify that out of the language and reserve the complexity budget of that for other things? You haven't used Elon Musk at all. Well, yeah. Okay, so, like, you have had bugs where a must on a return value would have caught it. But there wasn't a must on the return value in that case. What was it, a memory thing in that specific case, or was it? Because if it was just a regular value, the convention is that you're not supposed to. I won't do this tonight. This is a question mark. Are we going to do that? But, you know, if your programming language is just getting monotonically more complex all the time, that's maybe not good, right? You want to clean things out. Okay. And we wouldn't straight up remove it, right? We would like warn on it. The first beta would warn on it and also stop enforcing it, right? And then eventually we would remove it from the parser. Just search for all instances of must to see how many make you angry. Yeah. All right. So modules math fixed inverse Languel returning the incorrect success code and incorrect returning incorrect success codes. Changed all the inverse star functions to return success first, as this is a general pattern we would like to be consistent with everywhere. If a value may be invalid, the argument describing whether it's valid should always come before it, because that way you can't accidentally ignore the success code when assigning the results of the call into variables. People will have to figure out what this word salad means, but you all know what it means. Okay, so a bunch of stuff isn't going to compile, right? We had these tests. All right. And then who knows what else. So Sokoban probably won't compile because we're going to be receiving the arguments in the wrong order and whatever. All right. What is broken here? I'm returning things in the wrong order. I literally just said it goes in the other order, but I missed this one. Look, it even had the angry fruit salad. I still missed it. Dude, all this mathematical code is so unreadable. Like the conventions are just so unreadable. All right. Attempt to match a unary literal. Oh yeah, because this is also in the wrong order. Look, let's just like actually be reasonable. Cranking through the tests. Oh. Hey, these are the kind of functions or programs that might call inverse functions somewhere. Yeah, see, it's like, it just, when you don't do that, it encourages this kind of a thing, right? And then you're just never going to, you're going to silently have some numeric problem that you're then going to have to like laboriously debug, right? You know what? Okay, before we forget about it. So if the original one didn't have a check, we're just going to do it here, right? So we're going to say if return false matrix 4 identity. All right. We're just going to eat the if statement. It's fine. And we're going to return that. All right. We're going to be clean code starring Uncle Bob. All right. Like, yeah, you don't want to encourage people to do this. This is just bad, right? Okay. Okay, so now it's no longer a silent killer. All right, so we also had this problem in somewhere else. Skeletal animation. Well, we might also still have more than this in VR. No. All right. Skeletal animation. Type mismatch. Same thing. We don't want to ignore this stuff. Especially in an example where we're teaching little kids how to use these functions. Are there tabs? Oh, there's tabs in this file. Oh, no. I really don't like the white space style, but I'm not going to freak out and change it all. Like, this is just very hard to read in load mesh from file. Okay. Okay. So there we go. We take the inverse. Wait. I didn't close this. I don't know what was going on with my output there, but yeah. All right. Yeah, the parentheses inside, or the spaces inside the parentheses. Dude, I don't understand that at all. Oh, we got another one in skeletal animation, actually. Let's just do that again. Should have rerun it. There we go, 79. We'll just do this. See, that's just so much better, dude. It's So, all right. There we go. We're going to have some of these in Sokoban as well. All right, we'll probably deliver another beta to the people this weekend. I think that would be nice. Like, we already just have enough value to give people, but you know, there's still some email backlog that we could try to dig through and put more in. But you know, generally by the time we have this many values, it's like a sign that we could ship a new beta and people would get something out of it. But if we remove Elon Musk, that would be a significant change. All right. So I bet Sokoban doesn't compile though. Told ya. Transpose. Wait, what? Did I? Okay, so first of all, there's all these musts. But what? Did I delete one? What is happening here? Did I accidentally? Oh no, because we're doing this. Yeah. Okay. So multiple things. You don't need to dereference this, first of all. Yeah, okay. I am officially tired. So okay. MIT KEY MOUSE. Yeah, and then in draw. Yeah, you just don't call inverse like this. You don't invert matrices lightly because it might not work. Like, you shouldn't be trying to cram it into there. Like, people like to pack things onto one line sometimes, right? But if something might not work, you don't want it in here. You want it by itself and then to check it. That is always true. That is always true, okay? Because these, like, this is just like when generating some mesh stuff. If this silently fails, you're just going to have screwed up meshes in some weird case, and you might not even notice, right? Like, you just don't want to do that. It's very bad. I'm so glad that we decided to do this tonight, guys. I mean, I think one of the reasons people like to do it also is just if you're translating from math, it's very easy to write, you know, m to the minus 1 for inverse as inside some equation. But you shouldn't just type in the equation, right? That is not... And like, yes, what we're typing is more verbose, but very, this like saves your bacon to do that. It saves so much time. I mean, we could even put error logging in the frickin' inverse function, but I don't know. That might be a step too far. Um, okay. Like you could imagine, well, I don't know. I don't know. Why shouldn't the log be in the inverse? Because you could legitimately have code that tries to invert, and if it fails, um, do something else that's not an error, right? And you sort of remove the ability for people to do that if you put the log inside. That said, you could make a different version of each inverse that doesn't log, or you could have an argument that says silent. I don't want to change the behavior too radically right now because there are beta users using this code, etc. Right? But it's worth considering whether we should have them log, right? And then maybe you would pass a silent argument. Like the thing is, some functions, it's very easy to know before calling them if you're passing them a singularity, right? So like, you know, anything that divides by your argument, if you pass it 0, you know that's bad, and it's very easy for you as the caller to check if it's 0 and avoid that, right? But for matrix inverse, that's not true. Like a matrix inversion will fail, for example, if any row or column is a multiple of any other row or column, right? And like, you're not going to pre-check that condition every time before. That would be insane, right? And so sometimes it makes more sense to have handling outside a thing, and sometimes it makes more sense to have handling inside a thing, right? Okay. Shadow map. I'm starting to fade, but we can get through this. It's easy what we're doing. We're just doing the same thing over and over again. I could see putting the logging in though. Now that I'm doing this, it's like, you know what? Because like some of our other math functions log when they're singular, and that helps. So let me actually just make a note. Put matrix inversion logging in the actual inverse functions with a silent argument and optional. Let's consider that. Like normally also you would think twice about adding more arguments because that's a little slower, but like matrix inversion is by definition slow. So adding a little bit more is like not that big of a deal. All right. Okay, so this has a really long name. I don't know why we're not even using the inverse Languel. I think this other inverse function probably kind of sucks. Anyway. All right, so that. Is it in render? Whoops. Goofball. I'm honestly getting a little tired of this, but you know, whatever. It's a big game. This is going to be another just proj to view. Yeah. Okay. Look at all the times we invert things, dude. You really shouldn't invert things all the time, in my opinion. I have no idea what the fuck this variable name means. That's fine. How many times be we inverting things? Like, inverting matrices is kind of a sign of fragile code. So I'm kind of upset at the code that I'm looking at, but I'm not going to rewrite it right now because but you don't invert things unless you have to. It's not a good practice. What the fuck even is B? You just shouldn't invert stuff, guys. Don't do it. That one's okay. That one's okay. That one's okay. That one is not okay. All right, we got more. We don't have to look at that yet because we know these are wrong somewhere. No, maybe we got all of them. All right. Where's the next one? Post-processing. All right. Like, so usually, if it's something like this, that's a very common matrix. When you build it, you can build the inverse in a way such that you know at that time that it's well formed, and then you can just store that inverse, and then people can use it, right? Which I think is a much better pattern than just like inverting because inverting matrices is also, it's numerically noisy, and it just has all these bad properties, where if you just create the inverse because you know what it is when you created the forward matrix, because you know people are going to want the inverse, that's just way better, right? This one's my fault, I think. Although this was probably me being really lazy, because no, I didn't write this. Okay, I know who wrote this. It was not. Like, okay. I think I didn't write that. I don't know. This is what I do for half of my life, is I grind to improve code quality that I wish more people would be willing to grind to improve, and they don't seem to be. So it lands on me. It lands on the senior person to do the most junior things because nobody else will do them. Whoops, that was not necessary. Like, this is also not... Like, we know that this is, like, get world space transform is a very well defined thing that just multiplies the position, orientation, and scale matrices. You can just do the opposite of that, and it'll be way faster and more numerically stable. This is sloppy. Not loppy, sloppy. All right. I should just, we have this code quality checker or whatever. I should just add matrix inversion functions as just like a massive penalty to the code quality for a particular function. Didn't I? Oh, I'm looking in the wrong place. Beam simulation. Bro, just chill with the inverses. Holy balls. Would a version of inverse that crashes the program be helpful in this case? Maybe. Okay, the thing is, you don't want to crash the program when there are bugs, when you have content people who are trying to get work done, right? So, like, you would much rather log an error and have the program try to continue to run. All right. should compute the reverse transform directly. This is sloppy, bad code. Failed to invert a matrix in spawn beam floater particle. All right. Like, it's just the same fucking thing over and over again. It's all these inverses that don't need to happen. That's how you know I didn't write the code. Okay, this is actually not going to work because we're doing .mat 4x3. This is again like trying to cram too much stuff into one thing. Whoops, I deleted my condemnation. Did this have a 4x3? I don't know. It's going to be more of the same shit. Yep. Now I know who wrote this code, and it's someone who let's just fucking mark these. So the person who wrote this code, I would not expect, like, I'm not mad because this was someone who's learning how to do this stuff and did very well for someone who's learning. And, you know, I don't expect nuances of deep understanding from someone in that position. But yeah, you shouldn't ever write this line of code. This is, don't do this. Don't do this at home. Don't do this at home. I am really tired. Like, it does just rub it in though that like I'm doing all this menial work for things that were unnecessary in the first place. And like, why are you inlining a matrix inverse? Like, just don't. Just, no. But it's fine. Like I said, I don't, like, this person was learning and was learning well in many respects. So I'm just being grumpy. It's fine. But don't do this. Don't do this or you make me grumpy, all right? You can tell I'm getting tired of this. Why do I have to do this? Right? Why am I not like working on designing games or something right now? I have to do this fucking thing. Did that have a 4x3? I don't even know. Yet more of the same. Oh, no, this is me. I didn't quite edit it correctly. Redeclaration of inverse success. Yeah. Let's put a 2. We could also reuse the value, the variable. Oh my god, guys. That was like an hour by itself. Manually creating the inverse matrix is kind of not as being lost time. I mean, it's very obvious in some cases, right? Like imagine you have a matrix that's just a translation, right? It's just the position of the object. It's really dumb to call inverse on that because inverse is, as we've said, a highly problematic function. When you could just make the matrix with the negative translation and it's fine, right? Same with a rotation, same with a scale, same with any combination of those three things, right? And so most of those cases that we edited should have just done the other thing. So, Sag, I want to go. We need to rename this so it's just promised one.
Can't believe I finally found this place.
I want to just check the beams because we edited some beam stuff.
Powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think we use beam floater particles right now. I'm pretty sure I turned those off because reasons. All right. Fine. Commit to the bit. I hope I don't have any no check-ins. Refactor and fix matrix inverse functions. And this is sync with changes to matrix inverse functions. It's possible that like there's some code for the baker that I'm not necessarily compiling right now and all that I don't remember how to compile. So like there might be some additional problems. But in general, I'm glad we did this. In general, I'm glad we did this. All right. Cool. That is enough. Thanks for hanging out. I complained a lot, but in the process, I'm a machine that turns complaining into slightly higher quality code than we had yesterday. And that's what you got to witness. And we'll see. GTA 6 is costing billions of dollars. Is this really the way games are going? Well, most games have not succeeded even at mere budgets of $500 million now. Most games at that budget level are failing. Um, we'll see if a lot of people buy GTA 6. I'm actually, obviously, GTA has been a tremendously successful game series. And, I always hope that game developers who are doing something interesting succeed. But I also just, I don't I don't know what GTA 6 is going to be like. I don't know what Rockstar has been doing. Um, it's possible it might fail, is all I'm going to say. And the only reason I say that, I don't know anything about it, but just all of these big companies like EA and Blizzard and whoever, all have sort of fallen into the same traps in the past 5 to 7 years that have made their games worse in the same ways. And so the question is, did that happen to GTA? Right? And the answer is maybe not. But if it did, I could see enthusiasm on it being decreased. It'll still probably, a lot of people will play it no matter what. But the question is, I mean, they need a lot of people to play it to make their money back, right? So we'll see. We'll see. All right. Thank you, everybody. And we'll do some more programming streams. We had fun. See you later.